Hello, everyone. Hold on, my wrong camera is set up. Let's see. There we go. There we go. How is everyone today? Let me know what you plan to do to practice some self care today. I would love to hear about what you do to make your day a little bit better. So I'm trying to put this little, there we go. That way you can let me know what your plans are for today. If you're joining live, thank you so much for being here. If you are catching the replay of this, thank you so much for watching. So today is about self-care sprints and what you're doing to practice self-care. Now, self-care can look different for different people. You may be getting caught up on some work. That's a form of self care because you're taking care of things that you need to take care of. That way, you feel accomplished and you can also then later have time maybe to do some of the things that you want to do. So, you may just be reading, you might be taking a nap, during sprints. Just let me know how you're practicing self care today. Hello, Lily. I'm so glad to have you here. Enjoying peppermint water and playing my game. Finishing a book. That sounds lovely. Where Dreams Descend by Janelle Angeles. I have not heard of that. Let us know if you don't mind a little bit about what that book's about. I really like that title a lot. That's a interesting title. I'm trying to fix my camera a little bit. Okay. Hello, Eleanor. Taking a morning walk and making a green smoothie after. That sounds wonderful. I made a smoothie for breakfast this morning. I got up and rode my stationary bike and then made a smoothie. For my smoothie, I do like plain non fat Greek yogurt. I did unsweetened oat milk, some Splenda, some vanilla, blueberries, and a banana. So smoothies are really nice during summer months, especially where I am. You probably can tell in my voice. I am down in the South. I'm in Alabama on the Gulf Coast, and it is so hot and humid in the summer that smoothies are really, really good for breakfast in the mornings when it's too hot to think about anything. Except now I will drink my coffee hot. So it doesn't matter what the temperature is outside. I drink hot coffee. Now I will drink a cold brew or iced coffee sometimes, but for the most part, I'm a hot coffee year round. So, all right, Lily, a YA fantasy with romance, slow burn, book one in a series. Really good. 55 pages left. Oh, you'll probably finish that today then. Um, that sounds nice. So, I guess I'll talk a little bit about my plans for today. I was able to come on and do sprints because my youngest child, if you follow my channel, then you know that she is disabled. And this week, she spends a week at Camp Smile. We dropped her off yesterday and she'll be there until Friday. So she goes every summer, and it's a camp for children who have special needs. And it gives them that camp experience, and it also gives a time of respite for parents. So she is there this week, and I am looking forward to getting her pictures. They'll upload on a private server later so I can see what she's getting up to while she's at camp. So my plans for today are to work on a writing piece that I'm doing about Carrie by Stephen King. And I'm also going to be prepping for tomorrow. One of my older daughters is coming to spend the day, and we're going to have a Summerween theme day where we're going to have some snacks and watch some scary movies and just kind of enjoy the day together. So let's see who else is popped in. Eleanor, start my day with hot coffee, cream, and a splash of vanilla. Yes. Right now, what I like to put in my coffee is a little bit of unsweetened oat milk, and then I add some zero sugar creamer. Like right now, I'm using chocolate caramel. It's really good. Then I have like a French vanilla, and then my coffee is flavored. My coffee, and itself is flavored. Currently just opened my mocha flavored coffee, and that's what I had this morning. Thank you, Lily. She usually does. They get to do so much. Like with my daughter, she has to have assistance. She is visually impaired. She is what was really called non-communicative because she can tell us a few things, like especially when it comes to food that she wants us to give her, or drinks, or music. She loves music. But a lot of things she can't exactly like have a conversation and stuff like that. And then she has some mobility issues too, but they get to do things like riding horseback, and they get to swim, and it's just a wonderful, wonderful time. And it gives me time to get up and, you know, not have to take care of anybody except myself and the three pets. So it's just a nice break for everybody. Hey, Hermie, how are you? You're welcome. I just know, like, I am working really hard to practice self care. Also, I forgot to mention a while ago when I was talking about what I did this morning. I also had a virtual appointment with my therapist. So that's a big part of my self care, is to be consistent with my therapy, and also appointments with my psychiatrist, and staying on my medication, because those are aspects of self-care too. Wonderful. We've got some haze and highs. Yes, it is fun. Hello, hello. Can you give us your name, Heroic Book Adventures? We've been commenting on each other's videos. I can call you Heroic, or if you want to give me your actual name, you can, whatever you're comfortable with. I am glad that you're here and finished your morning chores. And you can read, yeah, during the heat of the afternoon. I know you are located in the South too. So, yeah, very hot down here. Michael Murax Elric of Melnibone, and John Gwynn's Valor. That sounds interesting and a nice way to spend the day. Hey, Mindy, reading, diamond painting, coloring, bowl bass. Oh, yeah, I was like, are you doing all that? And then I realized she is answering a question about what you do to practice self care. Yes, reading, diamond painting. I have still got a diamond painting for Halloween that I've been working on the past two Halloweens, but I'm going to finish it this Halloween. Coloring, yes. Bubble baths, movies, TV shows, watching booktube. So, yes, I love to do all of those things too, for sure. Mindy's been watching BookTube with Morning Coffee. Oh, I'm glad you checked out. Yeah, I just uploaded. It came up, I think at 10 my time today, a current obsessions video where I talk about things that are bringing me joy or things that I'm obsessed with right now. So it's kind of in the realm of self care too. And I did link it like up in the comments above. I can put that up real quick if you're interested in checking out that current obsessions video that I did. That's the first time I've done a video like that. But I thought, since I'm kind of sharing my self care ideas and we're doing the sprints today, I thought it'd be kind of fun to talk about obsessions and how those things can bring us joy too. Sorry that you keep hearing my phone, but I have to make sure it's like turned on. So if I get a notification from my daughter's camp about anything, I can make sure not to miss that. So Lily, so my teenage son is on the spectrum, pre-verbal. Not yes. Says some words in the past few weeks. Oh, he's been saying mama a lot. I love that. I love that so much. My daughter has never said mama. Occasionally she will say daddy, But that's because she actually is a daddy's girl. She would rather have her daddy any day of the week than have me, which is funny because my older three children, they were all much more like mama's kids kind of people. But my daughter, my youngest one, is all about being a daddy's girl. Hello, Martina. Just finished work. How are you? I'm doing well today. It is great. Yeah, she doesn't miss on the experience, which is, there's a lot of things that I wish she could do that she can't do. And she'll never know the difference. But when I can give her, opportunities like camp, I'm really grateful to all the volunteers because this is a volunteer camp. And so I'm so grateful to people who volunteer to do things like this. And also, my daughter, the school that she attends is a local school that's specifically designed for disabled students. And she, this coming school year, toward the end of the year, she gets to go to prom. So they have prom for them. She'll have, in several years from now, because she gets to stay at this school until she's 21 and she's 17 right now, they also do a graduation ceremony. So caps, gowns, the whole deal, so that she's not missing out on those life experiences. Steve, thank you. Thank you, Steve. It's nice to meet you by name, Steve. Great progress. Yes. I love all the comments, the community, just the kind of space that we have here. So I don't think I got so distracted by talking to everybody, which is fine and typical for me. But my plans during this first sprint are to get some things together for my Summerween day with my daughter tomorrow. Yesterday, after we dropped my daughter's name, my youngest daughter who's at camp, her name is Renna. So after we dropped Renna off at camp, Tim, that's my husband, Tim and I, we did some Summerween shopping and went out to dinner. And so I got just a few things because I didn't want to spend a whole lot of money. But I found some good deals at home and a good deal at Michael's to kind of set up just a simple Summerween sort of centerpiece for my daughter and I tomorrow. My older daughter, Gwendolyn, so I'll just call her Gwendolyn too. So I already had this black tree. It's terribly dusty. I started dusting it a little while ago, but then I had to hop on to sprints. But anyway, it's just this black tree that like I said, I already had it. And then at Michael's yesterday, they had this pack of 6 kind of Summerween looking ornaments for, I think this was $10 for 6. So not too bad. And then at home, they had this set of 3 little signs like "Hey Boo," "Wicked Cute," "Dead Witch," and that pack of 3 was like $4. And then this little cute, if I can pick it up without letting it all fall out, but like tic-tac-toe, which I thought was cute for Summerween, and it was only like $6. So I didn't spend a lot, but I wanted to have something to kind of celebrate Summerween because I don't have any of the pink Halloween type stuff right now. I am typically the very, more witchy, traditional, spooky Halloween decor. But since I am doing Summerween, and I'm sure if you're on BookTube, you probably know about Gabby Reed's big Summerween event. I participate in that every summer, but then I've kind of been doing Summerween ever since June got here anyway. So, and I was like, let me just get some of these little pink things because I think that's the perfect fit for Summerween. So when I get closer to actual Halloween, I'll be, getting out all of my traditional color decor, but I like the pink and the pastels for Summerween. So let me check on these comments again. Let's see. Hermie said we were told Isabel would likely not to be able to verbalize, kept going with speech and language. 1,000 words. That is amazing. You know, I think it's hard sometimes to have expectations with our children. I mean, and really, if you have, neurodivergent or disabled children or neurotypical children, you just kind of present things and you do what you can and just, let your kid explore and grow. And so many times, I have heard, like you're talking about, Hermie, where you have doctors who kind of lowball the expectations, and to some degree I get it, because they don't want, I guess, to make you think that certain things are going to happen if they're not. But I mean, there's a way to kind of temper that, to be like, you know what, this may not happen, but I'm going to try. And I think that's just important for us as parents to do what we can and to not, limit our children. It is awesome. Thank you, Hermie. Thank you, because it's hard. I mean, it's hard being a parent in general, and then when you are parenting a child with certain needs, there's a whole extra layer of fear and doubt and just concern. Um, but it does help to talk about it with other parents. Ooh, a new reading chair. I love it. I love it. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, exactly what you said, Hermie. I don't agree with quitting on my kid before she's had a chance. Yes, because you don't know, and there is absolutely no way of knowing unless you try. You know, cute. Yes, I was like a little bit hesitant at first when I saw the pink stuff coming out, because I'm so like traditional vintage Halloween stuff. But the more I've seen it and the more I think about it, especially, in connection to Summerween, I'm like, you know what? I really like it. I love it. Yeah, I agree, Hermie. Yeah, universal access, because here in the United States, especially in Alabama, where I am, support for um, disabled children or adults is very lacking. It's definitely lacking. Got some love there. Macaton, that helps too. I don't know what Macaton is. Let me know about that, Hermie. You can let me know here, or if you want to like message me on Instagram or Discord and let me know, because I'm not sure what that is. Niece is nonverbal, can't walk. Sister is a super mom. Yes, yes. I think my husband, he's great. He's great with Rena. He does a lot of things with her. Tries to incorporate her into his hobbies. In the best way that she can participate, but she just enjoys riding in his truck. She gets really excited if she's going to ride with her daddy. So I love it. And Rena and I bond over certain music. We're both big Swifty fans. So we definitely bond over Taylor Swift. I've also turned Rena into a Fleetwood Mac fan. So we also bond over Fleetwood Mac. So those are fun things. So what I do plan to do during this sprint is to actually finish dusting my tree, and then get my Summerween setup ready for tomorrow. Uh, and well, depending on how much time I have after that, may start writing. And yes, this is like a task I have to do, but it's also a form of self care, because it's a project that can be hard for me to work on when my daughter's here and it's due July 15th. So I need to go ahead and get it done. But it is writing a piece about Carrie by Stephen King for a book that's coming out later. I'm not writing the book. Someone else is writing the book, but she asked me to write a section about Carrie. So that is what I'll be doing. So let us know what you're going to be doing during sprints. Yes, Taylor heals the world. I agree. School, and it makes me super mushy. Okay, wait. I think we got a little. I think Hermie made her comment, and then we had a few more between it. Okay, Hermie was saying we had an event at her school. Okay, and that makes me super mushy. Hey, totally understand that. There is nothing wrong. We are here for being mushy, sharing our feelings, sharing our thoughts. That's all part of self care. So let me know what you're going to get up to during this sprint. And does 45 minutes sound good for all of you? 45 minutes for our sprint to go practice some self care in whatever way we feel the need to practice. All right. Let's see. I'm going to go with 45, I think, because if anybody's commenting, I haven't quite seen the comments show up yet. So we will do 45. I will come back periodically and check my Pomodoro Kitty because last time I used it, for some reason, it like the countdown stopped. So if that happens, I will just put across on the banner what time we'll be coming back because I don't know what made it stop, but it did. So hopefully it won't do that again. But if it does, we got to fix for that. Good. 45 sounds good. All right. Let's see what I saw some comments about plans during this time. Harmy's going to finish writing a quiz for quiz night I'm doing on Friday. That sounds fun. What's your quiz about? Let us know. We got some 45s are good. Let's see. Mindy is going to read Requiem by John Palisano. Reading sounds great. Hermie might miss the chatty bit as I have walk and talk. Totally understand. That's self care too. Walking and talking with your friends. Wonderful. So I look forward to seeing everybody back after 45 minutes. I will put that up now. And like I said, hopefully we won't get that issue again with the timer. Let's see if I can do this. Hello, everybody. How did you all do during that sprint? Let me know. I was able to get my little tree set up. I'll take a picture and post it on my Discord. So I can also put that link to my Discord in the comments. If you haven't joined the Discord yet, you can do that. So I was able to get that set up. Then I started writing my personal response to Carrie. So I was in the middle of that, and the kitty went off, and I was like, oh, time to come back on. So, how did you do? Let's see where we left off in the comments. I had asked Hermie what her quiz was about, and Hermie's Hunger Games, a fun little pub quiz. That sounds like a lot of fun. You know, I read and loved the trilogy, the first three Hunger Games books a long time ago. Love the movies too. I have The Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes, but I have not read it yet. And I know now there's Sunrise on the Reaping. So I got way behind, but I did really, really enjoy the first that trilogy. I'd stay up like all hours of the night trying to finish because I just could not stop turning those pages. Let's see. Oh, did I? Well, the funny thing is, like a day or so ago, I had 400, but I didn't post anything or say anything because, in my experience, I will get like a certain number of followers one day, and then the next day or so I go back and like three followers are gone. So I'll have to check and see if it's 400 or if it's a little bit over. So if it's like maybe 405, then I might say, post and say thank you for helping me reach 400 subscribers. But it's so fickle, where you get some and you lose some. And I don't know sometimes if people accidentally hit that subscribe, or either I said something in the video that they didn't like. So they were like, okay, I'm off. I don't want to listen to this woman anymore. Or if it's like bots or whatever, it's hard to tell. Let's see. Good spot. Nocturnal Nasties, horror books, and scary stories. Amazing, Jen. Congrats. Thank you. Thank you. Let's see. I think M popped in. Hey, Em, I'm glad you're here. Not late. Not late. You are here just in time. This is a self care day, so you're not late. You're taking care of things at your house. That is part of practicing our self care. Hello, Glenda. It's good to have you. I'm glad you're here. So let us know what you're reading, what you're doing for sprints. And I'm glad that you joined us today to practice some self care. Listening to lo-fi music. That sounds nice. Over here on my TV in my office, I've got a Summerween ambiance video pulled up. And this one is called Storybook Art. And it goes through just like what it sounds. It's like you're flipping the pages in a book with all these really, Halloweeny and Summerweeny pictures. And it's just really very aesthetically pleasing, and it's got like some lo-fi kind of quiet music, so I like having that on while I'm working. Got some highs. Let's see. And Lily says she got stuff ready for the day. That sounds good. Her son did some summer school work, loves his spelling words. I'm glad that he is enjoying what he's doing. That makes a big difference, of course, when the student enjoys what they're working on. 95% on his spelling pretest. Ah, yay! Well, I'm sure he's going to do well on his test since he did so well on his pre-test. Do you homeschool Lily, or are you just working with him during the summer months while he's out of school? My two middle children, I actually homeschooled them all the way from kindergarten through, their high school graduation. Now, my oldest, she went to public school all the way through. And then my youngest, she's at the special school I mentioned earlier that's specifically for students who are disabled. So I have like both kinds of experiences with homeschool and public school. Hello, Matt. You're not late. I just mentioned to M, this is self care. There's no pressure, no stress. You're not late. I'm going to be here. I don't know how long, but I plan to be here for a while today. Like I said in the first chat, my youngest child is away at at her camp at Camp Smile that she goes to every summer. So it's just me and the pets. That is it today. Martina ended up spending time learning how to make an ambiance video for Summerween. Oh, are you going to make one of your own? Let's see. You did not read. So that's cool. So are you looking for one to watch, or are you like making one? Because that would be incredible. Let's see. Steve said he was so absorbed in reading the kitty. Yeah, it made me jump too because I was sitting here at my desk writing, my piece, and it made me jump too. And I think I was a few seconds getting back on camera. So yeah, got some hellos. Hello. Let's see. Now it's automatically. I was trying to move up to a comment, and then it gave me the definition of a word. I hate some of this like little pop-up stuff. If I wanted the definition of a word, I would click on it. But it was giving me the definition of the word hide because it was saying hide or show comments. That's probably more information than y'all wanted to know. Reese, I'm so glad that you loved it on your reread. So I read Carrie when I was younger, and then I reread it in 2023 because I wrote my thesis when I was getting my master's in English. I wrote my thesis on 4 of King's women characters, and Carrie was one of them. So I really enjoyed my reread too. As you can see, like right now, I'm kind of going through the book to read some quotes and then write more of a personal response for the project I'm working on right now. But like as you can see, this is it's got so many tabs and annotations, which is nice when I go back to it now because I don't have to look for certain aspects because I have, coded different tabs for different, aspects of the book. So that's helpful when writing. But I love Carrie also so much. Let's see, Mindy read 2 chapters in the tub in Sam's Club. Good luck to you. Anytime I have to go in, Sam's or Walmart or any place like that, I'm like, brace myself, give me strength to get in there. But hopefully you'll have a smooth shopping experience today. It's nice to read in the bathtub. That's like one of the ultimate acts of self-care for sure. Oh, Matt is reading Brother by Anya Alborn. And let's see. And dun dun dun. Thank you so much, Glenda. I really appreciate that very, very much. I've been on YouTube since January of 2024. Well, BookTube. I have been on, watching BookTubers for years, but I really, I tried to do a BookTube channel several years ago, and it just, I just stopped. But I did like a relaunch and tried again at the beginning of 2024. And, it's a slow growth for sure because over a year and a half and 400 subscribers, it's not a lot. And when I first started out, I got really hung up on that, on subscriber count, especially if I compared myself to other people who started their channel around the same time I did. And, now they're up to like 4,000 and I'm just creeping up on 400. But after a couple of months of feeling down about it, I let that go for the most part. I mean, I'm human. Sometimes I still get discouraged and, but now my biggest aspect is, first of all, the community. The followers or subscribers I do have, they are very supportive. They comment on videos, and I feel like I've built some real relationships with a lot of them. As a matter of fact, I got to meet two fellow booktubers in person back in April when I was in New Orleans for my birthday. I got to meet Kelsey from Slime and Slashers and Kat from Kat's Novel Adventures. We all have brunch together at the Vampire Cafe in New Orleans. If you're not subscribed to Kat and Kelsey, which if you're watching me, you probably are, but if you're not, check them out. That's Kat's Novel Adventures and Slime and Slashers. And so now I'm just thankful for the community. And because most of the time I have fun doing my booktube content. Sometimes it can feel, stressful and pressured, but mostly I have a good time with it. So Eleanor took a walk, only 76 degrees at the moment. I envy you, Eleanor. I don't know exactly where you're located, but here it was like 76 when I got up at 6 o'clock this morning. It'll be like 90 something here now. The summer is horrible, just heat, humidity. When I say I can't go outside except to like get in a vehicle or, go to the mailbox and get something, I'm being serious. It's awful, awful here in the summer. I cannot wait for fall. I love fall, first of all, Halloween, but also because of the weather, because then I can get outside again. It's like some people feel like crisp and alive when spring comes. I feel crisp and alive when fall comes. And winter too. I love winter. Love it. Got some more highs, highs. No, and just read. Hey, reading is perfect. Like I said at the beginning of our chat, your self care can be reading, it can be napping, it can be watching something, it can be working on something, whatever you're doing today that you want to do or that you need to do. So, how are you enjoying Brother by Anya Allborn? Let's see. Random followers are always bots. Yeah. Or, I'll get that random comment from, a bot or whatever, and it'll be like, your content is very good, but you are not using the right SEO. I can help you increase your numbers, get in touch with me, that kind of thing. Yeah, it's always fun. Let's see. Steve said, always lose a subscriber or two when I post a new video. They realize your channel isn't what they thought, but you gain a few to make up for it. Yeah. I mean, because I don't mind if somebody clicks on it and they watch a video or two from me and they're like, I don't really connect with this. And that's fine. Uh, no problem. So I don't let it, affect me personally. Matt has Dracula's Den ambiance. Perfect. So are you getting all prepped up for Vamp Vember? So those of you who don't know, I will be hosting my first reading watching activity event in November this year. It's called Vamp Vember, so you can probably guess that it's a vampire themed event. So be on the lookout. More details are coming soon. I've gotten in touch with co-host, and my people I asked to co-host have agreed. So you'll start seeing in September some more information since this will take place in November. But if you like vampires, and even if you don't like vampires, maybe you'll join up for Vampvember and find that you actually do like vampires. Let's see. Lily said, I'm a new homeschool mom / teacher. Once October hits, it will be a year. That's exciting. So how old is your son that you're homeschooling, if you don't mind telling us? It is one of the most rewarding and challenging ventures I ever undertook was homeschooling, even though I've taught public school and I teach online virtual classes now for middle and high school students. But it's something different when it's your own kids. It was wonderful and a lot of fun, but it's a lot of pressure too because it's like, okay, I'm the mom and the teacher, so if something goes wrong, it's only me to blame. Like we parents need any more guilt, right? Okay. Okay. That's so exciting. So Martina is making one for her channel, a Summerween or Halloween ambiance. That's exciting. I cannot wait to see what you come up with. I love that. Yes, yes, Martina is doing a big project too. If you're not subscribed to Martina, go on over to Nocturnal Nasties and subscribe. So, Martina is doing a Stephen King reading project, and she is starting at the beginning and going to go through all of his work chronologically because she, like I, and probably a lot of you, is a big, big, big Stephen King fan and has been reading King for, years and years. Like I've been reading him for 40 something. I think Martina is younger than I am, so she might have been reading him for 30 something, but she's going to go through all of his works chronologically. So she is doing a live show chat on her channel July 20th, and she asked me to join her. So we'll be over there to talk about Carrie. So I hope you'll subscribe and join the live show too. How fun. Love their channels. Yes, Kat and Kelsey are great. Also, Martina's going to be a guest and co host on my channel on July 19th. I hope I'm getting these days right. July 19th for a Picnic at Hanging Rock book club discussion because I run a book club, the Literary Love Book Club, and Picnic at Hanging Rock was the first book we read. And so that will be a live show on July 19th. And we'll also be joined on our live show by Isabel at Isabel Reads. So subscribe to Isabel if you haven't yet. So, Eleanor, you're in San Diego. Nice. I've always wanted to visit California. I've been in the airport, before in LAX when I was flying to Hawaii back in 2002, so a long time ago. But I obviously didn't get to see anything or go anywhere. I'm just in the airport. And it was at night too, so there wasn't really seeing much of anything. Yes, M is a homeschool mom too, and she's a veteran homeschool mom. She's been at it for quite some time. So, Lily, you may want to connect with M. And Lily, also, if you want to connect with me or ask any questions about homeschooling, I'll be happy to answer. My last child that I homeschooled graduated in 2021, and sometimes I miss those days. So, if I, can help homeschooling parents out in any way, I'm happy to do it. Gives me a nice memory, and also it helps to know that I can help other people because I had so many veteran homeschool parents that helped me over the years. So it can be, like I said, very rewarding, but very challenging for sure. Hello, Kat, the lovely Kat. I was just talking about Kat a while ago. She is one of the fellow booktubers that I got to meet in person. We are happy to have you here, Kat. And Lily said, yep, talking to him about being scared. Yeah. And Lily, the more you homeschool, the longer you go, you'll start to build more and more confidence. Although I'll admit, when my first homeschool child was entering high school, I had some panic and doubts and fears, but connecting with the homeschool community and talking to, like I said, other parents who had seen their kids all the way through high school and their kids had graduated and were successful, it helped so much. It definitely did. And all my kids, my oldest who went to public school, and then my middle two who were homeschooled, they're all out and all are doing well. Everybody's fine. It's all good. So Lily made a book shorts on her channel. Okay. Well, I'm going to have to go subscribe to you, Lily. I don't think I'm subscribed to your channel yet. So I'm definitely going to do that. So let me write that down, because if I say I'm going to do it and then I don't write it down, even if it's something I want to do, I'll probably forget. That is the state of my brain today. So Kat's asking how long I'm sprinting. Probably for a while. I'll probably stop around 3 o'clock. My husband, Tim, I'll call him Tim, so I'm not continually with my husband. Tim actually took off work today too, because we dropped, Rena off at camp for the week yesterday. And he took today off to go fishing. And so he will be back probably around 3, and he's going to be cooking dinner tonight. So I may get in there and help him a little bit, or I may not. I might just sit in my chair and read, but all of that to say probably around 3, 3:30, possibly going to 4. Probably won't go past 4, because when he gets here, I do want to spend some time with him, since he's usually at work during the week, and because we have this week where it is just the two of us and the pets. Can't forget the pets. They won't let me forget them. Not that I would want to. I see a cat. Yes. Glad to hear. Yeah, that confidence will keep growing the more you homeschool. So Matt says he's enjoying Brother. I really need to try Brother again. I started reading it years ago because I've liked pretty much everything I've read by Anya Alborn, but I got kind of bogged down in Brother at one point and I just quit reading it. I don't know if it was just my headspace at the time or what, but I do want to go back to it, because I have enjoyed all of her books that I've read. My favorite of hers, which I don't hear mentioned as much as the other ones, is If You See Her. So that's my favorite, Anya Alborn. And we have thank yous and kindness. Kat says showing 400. Yeah, I noticed that in a comment earlier, but then I was talking about how frustrating it can be to get to a number and then you go back the next day and it's like 397. And so when I get a little past 400, then I will definitely make a post on my YouTube, like the post, the community channel, and to say thank you for, helping me reach 400. And Kat, how are you liking Bird Box? I really liked that book a lot. And I'm glad you're meeting Barry and his brother for lunch. That sounds nice. So you get some lunch with your hubby and your brother-in-law. And we got some more hellos. And Matt, always in the mood for vampires. Same. Same. I love vampires. I'm really excited about the events coming up in November. I'm also nervous too, since it is the first event that I created and hosted. I've been a co-host for other events, but now it's all on me. But I do have some wonderful co-hosts who are, some of them are like veteran event hosters, so they'll help. I know they will. And it'll be fine. Nobody is putting pressure on me except for me. That's part of what I need to keep in mind for self-care and therapy is I tend to put so much pressure on myself. I always have, but it was made worse when I was in grad school. The pressure and the academic burnout and the constant deadlines and stress. So I'm still trying to kind of detox from all of that a little bit. 14, yeah, that's a fun age. I really enjoyed when my kids reached those high school years. even though it does put more pressure on you because you're trying to make sure they've got their credits for graduation, when you're homeschooling. But it was also a time where we could really develop, deeper relationships, talking about the literature that we read, that kind of thing. So there's, that aspect of teaching your high schooler is very rewarding. And let's see, Matt, are you secretly a vampire? That's what I tell people. I tell people I am a vampire. So I guess I'm not keeping it a secret because I turned 50 in April, and some people are like, "You're not 50." I'm like, "I really am 50. I promise." And they're like, "Well, you don't look 50." And I say, "Well, I'm a vampire." Let's see. Bird Box. Mallory isn't quite as intense. Yeah, I have not read Mallory yet. Now, like I said, I did love Bird Box. I read Daphne by Josh Mallerman. I like that one a lot. I read A House at the Bottom of the Lake, or The House at the Bottom of a Lake. I really liked that one a lot also. I read one of his short story collections, Spin a Black Yarn. And that one was okay. And trying to think if I read anything else by him except for Incidents Around the House. I won't say much about Incidents Around the House by Josh Mallerman because I am very much in the minority, but I did not care for that book. It didn't scare me. It annoyed me in a lot of ways. And that is so unpopular because so many people had Incidents Around the House as a favorite. It made them cry in parts. It scared them to death. And that one just didn't work for me. But I really, really liked Bird Box and Daphne and House at the Bottom of the Lake for sure. Oh, you're welcome, Martina. I'm just excited that you're joining me, and I'm excited to join you. I love that aspect too of BookTube that I mentioned earlier when we were talking about subscriber numbers, but that community and that connection, because I'm connecting not only with other people in the United States, but people in the UK, people in South Africa, if you follow Cliff at Cliff's Dark Gems. So it's really incredible to be able to build this type of community with people from all over the world. I love it so much. Oh, yay! Kat is loving Bird Box. Isley, yeah, it's so good. It is really good. I liked the movie that was on Netflix. I actually watched the movie before I read the book, which I don't usually do, but I mean, it happens sometimes. It happened with Picnic at Hanging Rock too, where I saw the movie and then read the book. But there is something different and something better about the Bird Box book than the movie. Although the movie, like I said, it was fun. And we got some more hellos. Matt, the sun is, yes. Yes, I hate the sun in the summer, the heat, the humidity. Fall is cool. Yep, exactly. We are on the same wavelength there for sure, Matt. I could just skip summer. I hate it so much. And some more hellos. Hello. Oh, you're welcome, Lily. It, like I said, this channel is so open for communication and support and community. And so many people in the comments are, it's the same for them. We are here to support each other and to encourage each other. Oh, and Kat will be back. Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you for the encouragement. I have a lot of self doubt. Have a lot of imposter syndrome for for real. So much imposter syndrome. It's just, you think that after writing and finishing school that all of that would go away, but it doesn't. I always feel like I got that little, voice whispering or yelling at me sometimes that I don't know what I'm doing, and when I put this out into the world, then everybody's going to find out. Everybody's going to know that I don't. know what I'm doing. Oh, yeah, second attempt. Yeah, I am going to pick it back up at some point. I don't know when. But yeah, it does have some heavy stuff. Definitely does. It's the blood of my enemies. That's what I'm drinking. That's what I do. That's why I look this way, right? That's why I love vampires. I do have, like, I guess, good genes because neither one of my parents ever looked their ages until recently. But my mom, if you have followed my channel for a while, my mom has Parkinson's and she is in the later stages. So that obviously has aged her in a lot of ways. And then my dad is older than she is, and they're both in their 70s. And they live 3.5 hours away from me. And so he is the one trying to take care of her and do all of the things for her at his age. And they are stubborn and won't move back closer to us because they don't want to leave where they are. My dad, we talked to him about getting someone to be, in the home helping full time. He doesn't want to do that. So they're just like, when you have your kids that are adults, they're going to make their decisions and do what they want to do. My parents are adults. They're not going to do what I think they should do. So here we are. And that's another reason why I'm practicing some intense self care these days because of stuff with my parents. So I just blabbed that out here in the middle of our conversation, but it did, that's part of it. I'm going to be open and real. So what I'm dealing with, you'll find out about it. So just know that this is a safe place too to talk about, the realities and the stressors in life. So that's another reason I wanted to do this was to make sure that I am practicing self-care as I should. And from conversations that I've seen in our bookish community, our little part of this world, a lot of you are going through things and could really use some encouragement to take care of yourself. So that's what we're here for. Yeah, Vampires in November. Dan Simmons, Carrie Comfort, Robert McCammon's They Thirst. Wonderful. I have not read either one of those, but I have heard really great things about both of them. The only Dan Simmons I read is The Terror, and I read it last January or January of 2025. And it was perfect because we got that very unusual experience of getting 6 inches of snow here where I am in Alabama on the Gulf Coast. That does not happen, but it happened while I was reading The Terror for a Polar Gothic series I did for my channel. And so I was able to talk about The Terror and be outside in the snow, and it was perfect. It was like the weather gods and the book gods smiled down on me and gave me that experience. So that was a lot of fun. So I won't talk too much about what my plans are for Vampvember yet, but I will give a heads up that we'll have host recs for books and movies or TV series. And then the group read, which is also going to be my literary love book club pick for November, is Blood on Her Tongue by Johanna Van Veen. So if you want to get a jump on the group read, that's the book that is. And I'll put it in the comments too. Let me do that. This will be the group read and the literary love book club pick for November. And that is Blood on Her Tongue by Johanna Van Veen. So I'll put that in the comments. So all vampire all month long in November. And I feel like that's a good time for it too, because we'll be coming off, the end of October, and I don't know about you, but I always feel bummed out when Halloween has come and gone. I mean, I'm spooky all year. I keep out certain Halloween decor in my house year round, but still, when the day actually comes and goes, I always feel a bit down. So hopefully, Vamp Vember will pick up our, spirits and keep us in that spooky mindset. Let's see. Yes. You know what, Matt? It's really interesting that you said it's like running through a dark tunnel. Maybe we have to keep moving in order to get to the light. One thing that my therapist said today when I was talking about particular hard days, I won't go into too many details because I do respect my youngest child's privacy. Even though she doesn't understand or would never know what I said, I still respect her privacy. But she at times goes into extreme meltdowns where she self harms. And when I'm here with her for the most part all day, every day in the summer, because my husband works a lot, then when she has days like that where it doesn't matter what I do to comfort her or try to figure out, what she wants or needs, if she goes into a meltdown of self harms, she's just going to go through it until she decides to stop or whatever it is that's, causing her to do that stops. And she does have to wear a protective helmet all the time to keep her from causing too much damage when she self harms. But there are days when that happens, and I feel worthless, helpless, hopeless, like the worst mom because I can't make her stop, even though I know logically there's nothing I can do. But I start feeling all of those things. And so I was talking to my therapist this morning, and, she talked about what I can do in those moments that would be like, knowing I'm in the middle of the storm, but thinking about what kind of rain gear can I put on? What can I do to take care of myself when my daughter is, doing that and I'm feeling all those things. And she talked about knowing that there is a light and being reminded that the storm will pass, or, you're in the tunnel, like you said, Matt, but the light is there. And to just realize not only that fact that this too will pass and you'll be in the light, but when you're going through it, thinking about what you can do in that moment before you get to the light, putting the rain gear on. And that really helped me to think about processing things in that moment and not thinking too much about later on, if that makes sense. So therapy is truly, when I say it's a lifesaver, I'm not exaggerating at all. It is. Thank you, Em. Yeah, it's a lot when I think about taking care of my daughter and then what my parents, are experiencing and how limited I am and how much I can help them. And then I'm also in the midst of planning a wedding because one of my older daughters is getting married in October. So that's a wonderful, exciting event. We love her, her fiance. So all of that is good. But if you've ever planned a wedding, you know that it is a lot and it is stressful too. Um, so all of that is happening. It's just a lot. So this is Blood on Her Tongue by Johanna Van Veen. I'll leave that up there a second if you want to write it down. That will be the November Literary Love Book Club pick and also be the group read for Vamp Vember in November. Oh, that made a loud noise after I drank it. Oh, goodness. Let's see. Harmy said horror isn't it's not your primary genre, looking for an excuse. I'm glad. I'm glad that you will be open enough to more horror books and horror movies. Yes, yes. Uh, did I call you Hermie? That's Steve, right? So sorry. I saw the H and I was like, Hermie? No, that's Steve. That's Steve. Heroic. Not Hermie. So horror books I primarily do read horror, but I do read some literary fiction and some classics. But yeah, horror is my thing for sure. Movies and books. But the thing too, like with Vamp Vember, I want it to be inclusive to people who don't read horror. So the prompts that I have chosen will allow someone to read like vampire books of any kind. If you're reading like a vampire romance, that kind of thing. I don't read romance, but I know there are vampire romance books, vampire fantasy books, vampire smut books, all that, whatever you want to read that has a vampire, very much so. It's also like a watching event. So if you want to watch stuff, you can watch classics like Dracula or the classic old Nosferatu, or you can watch Twilight, you can watch whatever. You know, it's got vampires. You can read it. You can watch it. We have vampire stuff for everyone. All right, sounds good. Yeah, gotta walk the dogs. I do like I have one dog and two cats. And like I have a fenced in backyard, so when the dog needs to go out, I can put him in the backyard. But when the weather's cooler, I will put him on a leash and like walk with him sometimes, just so he gets a different experience. Right? He gets to see the neighborhood, and then the cats are inside cats, so they never go outside. They're not supposed to anyway. Yes, I agree, Matt. Horror is therapy for me too. It's cathartic in so many ways. Yeah, it gets me through a lot of hard times. See, actually, a hermit, more hey, I think a lot of us are, right? And I think that's why we gravitate towards booktube and towards each other. Yeah, some of us might be extroverts, but I have a feeling a lot of us are more on the introvert side. All right, so we have gotten to the bottom of our comments for now. So we'll go and do another 45-minute sprint of self care. I plan to write some more on my carry work that I'm doing and possibly make coffee. Yeah, and see, it's almost one. Yeah, it's time for my afternoon coffee. So, carry and coffee. That's what I'm going to get up to. Let me get this cat ready again, the little Pomodoro kitty. And let's see, sometimes it takes me a few minutes to get it set up right because I don't sprint a lot. I sprint every once in a while. I'm going to be doing more sprints though, particularly self care sprints. That's going to be a big focus on my channel for now. Maybe forever. We'll see, right? So let me make sure I get this screen presented right. I don't think I want to. Yeah, there we go. All right. I will see everyone when we get back from our sprint. I hope you practice some self care. I'll see you in a little while. Bye for now. Hello, hello. How did everybody do? I made coffee. Now I'm drinking the coffee, and I got a little bit more done with my writing about Carrie. So let me know in the comments what you got up to during those sprints. So let's pick back up in the comments where we left off last time. So Hermie came back. Hermie did the walk and talk and gonna get some to-dos done and then get to read. Woohoo! Yes. Wonderful. I plan to write the next sprint, work on my Carrie piece, my writing, and then the sprint after that, I'm going to finish reading Six Rooms by Gemma Amore. I only have 16 pages left. And then I'm going to start reading my next book for Summerween, which is Good for Her, an anthology of women's rage. And I cannot wait to read that one. Em's going to do some steam cleaning. Hey, you know what? Cleaning is very therapeutic. It's that feeling of accomplishment and being able to look at a clean space. I love that. Hermie says, also a hermit. Yes, hence the name. People often think I'm an extrovert because of how much I talk. Social anxiety. I feel that. I go between the oversharing, which if you have been on my sprints even today, you see that part of me. Yeah, oversharing or completely quiet. I I don't do small talk. So yeah, that's probably another reason why we have connected, Hermie. Steve totally understands leaving land in the woods every 4 or 5 days, running your mouth. But yes, same. Like I live in a rural area too with a lot of woods around me. So I totally get that for sure. Yeah, there are certain events I go out for and I get excited, but a lot of times it's if I know I'm going to be going somewhere with my best friend or going to a place where other people are going to be talking about books and movies, especially horror books and movies. That's always a place where I would like to be. Hermie said a dream. Yes, I remember on another sprint or video, Hermie was talking about wanting to live in the woods. Well, that just means you got to come give me a visit. Then you can be in the woods. Eleanor said, read They Thirst years ago, classic McCammon, Vamp Vember, a great pick. Yeah, I've only read Boy's Life from Robert McCammon, so I really want to read some more of his books. Kelsey, that I mentioned earlier, Robert McCammon is her favorite author. So she would be excited to know that someone is reading his vampire book for Vamp Vember. Yep, I knew Hermie wanted to be in the woods. Yes. There is something very, very peaceful about the woods. Like it's too hot for me to get outside and enjoy right now. But when the fall gets here again, I will be right back in those woods. Karma. I'm sorry, my cat is chewing my Carrie book. She's in my lap. So this is Karma. Some of you know Karma. Yeah. Karma appeared on our carport like May 24th. I remember the date exactly because it was Tim's birthday. And she was this tiny, tiny little kitten. I thought she was only about 3 or 4 weeks old, but when I took her to the vet, he said, no, she's 6 weeks. So that was May 24th. And now here she is on July 8th, just running the roost around here. She is the queen of the castle. She's also the only girl pet. Because Gandalf, my dog, is male, and Freyr, my other cat, is male. So Karma came along, and it's just kind of the princess, right? So she's in my lap. wreaking havoc, climbing up onto the keyboard now. Karma, settle down, sweetie. Settle down. And we've got some good to know. Been looking forward to reading it. Yep. Vamp Vember is going to help anyone who's needing to catch up on some vampire reading or watching. Living in the Woods has benefits, drawbacks, evil. Did you turn off? Okay, it flipped off for just a minute, but it's back now. I don't know if Karma messed up something going down. Yes, the mosquitoes are horrible. Like, we get mosquitoes bad every summer, but I really believe they are worse than ever this year because I was out in the late afternoon one day last week getting blackberries off our blackberry bushes and getting squash and stuff out of the garden. And by the time I came back inside, I'm not exaggerating. I bet between my legs and arms, I had 20 to 30 mosquito bites. I mean, I didn't spray any spray on myself when I went out because I was like, I'm not going to be out there that long. But they were so bad. And not only did the bites itch, but they started hurting, I guess because there were so many. So I was like rubbing hydrocortisone cream all over my legs and arms, like, it was body lotion. And then I ended up taking a leave because the bites itched and hurt so bad. So now I'm like, I just told Tim, when you get home from work in the evenings, you can go out and get the berries and vegetables and whatever else, because I'm not going back out there in the late afternoon, and it's too hot to go out there in the middle of the day. So they are awful. I hate mosquitoes. I hate them so much. So much. Hello, Elaine. Elaine hopped on. Currently counting up books and figuring out how many you need to read what you own. Baddest, yes, I understand. I don't even know how many books I own at this point. I have a lot. And I am trying to read more of what I own before I get new books, but it doesn't always work too well because I see a new book coming out, like the one I'm gonna read when I finish Six Rooms, the Good for Her, an anthology of women's rage. As soon as I saw that was getting released, I said, well, I got to have that right now. I have to have it now. There are worse things I could buy than books. That's what I tell myself. But I really do need to read more of what I own. But we'll get there. So Elaine says, still need to watch your video about the ruins. Curious to hear your thoughts. I've read the book and watched the movie, and I liked both. I mean, there are aspects of the movie, that aren't as good as the book, and a lot of people didn't like the movie, but I actually enjoyed both. So that's a great summer read too. And we got some more highs and hellos. 500 pages and flew through it. See, that's always like a big sign too of how much you're enjoying a book. If it is really long and you're flying through it, that's high praise right there. It's some more highs and hellos. Yes, happy reads. Oh, another vote for enjoying Thirst. Wonderful. So there's some vampire content. A sighting of the elusive Elaine. Yes, you have been missing for a little while, Matt, but I understand. That was understandable if you are practicing self care, which is why we're here today. Sometimes stepping away from social media is a big part of self care. I'm trying to balance my time on social media. Thankfully, for the most part, because of algorithm or whatever, I usually only see content that I want to see, with, bookish content or people talking about horror movies, self care, things like that. So I can usually avoid arguments and stuff like that online, because that's not really going to help anyone. No one's going to change their mind. You just wasted your time. So I've tried not to look at that, and I don't watch news channels. I get my news from a historian, Heather Richardson Cox, so that way I see this is what's happening, and then I don't have to hear all kinds of other stuff about it. I just know what's happening in the country and in the rest of the world, and then I can take that, process it, and then move on. Cannot and will not look at all the drama. No, 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 no. And some more highs and how are yous? Reading brother eating an apple. Apples are good, yes. Elaine, we wish you so much luck as you are working through your books. Oh, the meow, yeah. Karma was right here with me, and when the Pomodoro kitty meowed, she looked up like, "What? Coffee?" Yes, yes. I'm about halfway through my afternoon cup now. I say I drink 2 cups a day, but really, like my mug in the morning, just like this one this afternoon, and that's probably technically 2 cups of coffee. So I guess I really drink 4 cups a day, but I only use 2 mugs. So that's 2 cups. There you go. That's like if I'm drinking my wine and I just top off, the first glass of wine I had, that's still 1 glass of wine. So let's see. Mindy finished shopping, listening to the summer. I ate the rich. That sounds wonderful. Let us know what you think about that, because that sounds like a book I could really get into right now for reasons. Putting groceries away, filming 3 videos. You go, Mindy. Mindy, you are very productive. Like Mindy's got videos coming out on the regular. So also, if you haven't subscribed to Mindy's channel, make sure you do that too, because Mindy has a lot of content that I'm sure you will enjoy watching. Martina walked. Daisy and Bailey just got back. I hope they enjoyed their walk, and I hope you did too. Steam clean seasonal decor. So sorry. Listen, one of my older kids used to call decor just to get on my nerves, just to irritate me. And it just came right out of my mouth then before I thought about it. So, yeah. Steam clean seasonal decor cupboard and organize the contents. Nice being in control. Yes. That's a big thing too with self-care, Em. I'm glad you talked about that. It's nice to be in control of something because so much is out of our control. But when we can do things like steam cleaning a cupboard, even if it's just cleaning out a drawer, that used to be something I would get hung up on. Like I would start, in this mindset of I really need to deep clean my house. And I would try to deep clean the whole house in one day. And that's impossible. And it also puts so much stress and pressure on, someone who's trying to deep clean a house in one day. So I learned to just do those little things. If it's cleaning out a drawer, if it's bagging up clothes that I don't wear anymore, just, even if it's one bag, that's progress, right? Also, if you, are looking for more self-care or like motivation to tackle projects, Kat, who is in the chat, I think she hopped away for a moment, but Kat's Novel Adventures, she started a program, Thrive in 2025, and she has every Saturday morning, and I join sometimes as well as a few other people. She has a power hour sprint where we get on, and for the first few minutes, we talk about what we accomplished the past week. And then we talk about what we'd like to accomplish during that power hour of sprints. Then we go away for an hour, and then we come back and talk about what we got done during that hour and what our goals are for the upcoming week. And that helps us to lay out some intentional and concrete goals, and then to support and hold each other accountable. And Kat has a Discord channel too, and she has a section in her Discord for the Thrive in 2025 where we talk about our intentions. We talk about stumbling blocks, where we're struggling. That helps too, because other people who are on can come on and say, hey, have you tried this? And just, it's very encouraging, very supportive. And it's been a great way to take care of things that we need to take care of, or things that have been like hanging over our heads for years sometimes. Just to have that accountability and that connection to others helps get that done. So be sure to check out Kat's channel for that also. Martina, totally an extroverted introvert. Talk to avoid awkward silence. Yes. Oh my goodness. I do that. I think, like I said, a lot of us are that way. It depends on what someone's talking about. Like if you get me on one of my tangents about a topic I'm interested in, then you'll have a hard time getting me to be quiet. But like I said earlier, if you want me to make a lot of small talk, I am not really going to be able to do that very well. Order a couple things to dress up. Ooh, Hermie. Yay. And read a chapter of Your Gender book by Ben Pesce. I hope I'm saying that right. Read A Wizard's Guide to Defensive Baking. Both of those sound very, very interesting, Hermie. Hermie, you would struggle to get rid of me. I wouldn't want to get rid of you. No, if you came for a visit, then you could just stay. Elaine says, still trying to find Swan Song. Library doesn't have it. Yeah, see, that's just one of the many other McCammon books I haven't read since, like I said, I've only read Boy's Life. Now, I do have a collection, Zombies, and it has a story by Robert McCammon called Eat Me. And I enjoyed that. And if you're looking for a different kind of zombie story, that one's a good one. I was kind of surprised at the turn of events that unfolded in that story. So I have read a short story by Robert McCammon, so a little bit more than just Boy's Life. And I really loved both, so I don't know why I haven't gotten to more McCammon. Adorable Karma. She is very adorable, but she's very she's very curious. I mean, she's a cat, so go figure. But she's even more curious than my other cat, Frere. And Karma also thinks every time I eat that she has to eat. It doesn't matter where she is in the house. If she hears me sit down, she rushes in. I mean, she just zooms in, jumps right up on the table, and tries to get into my plate. And I cannot break her of that habit. Of course, the only thing I do is I kind of slide her over, and I'm like, no, this is not for you. No, this is not for you. So it's not, I'm probably not being effective at all. But that's my baby, and I can't really, I can't really get on to her. No, I cannot. Hymns of Woods or Happy Place? Yes. And that's another aspect I hate about summer is I love being outdoors, and I cannot really get outdoors because of the heat, the humidity, and the aforementioned mosquitoes too. Naming our anxiety and walk and talk, telling anxiety off for half a second. You know what? Sometimes I do tell off my anxiety and depression for sure. But yeah, like I said, with Karma, the most she gets is like, no, Don't do that. Don't do that. I'm not very, a very good disciplinarian with my cat. Yay, coffee. Hey, iced, hot, cold, whatever. Coffee is coffee. Yes. Oh, gonna miss the book. Glad to have book two to read soon. Yeah, that happens. Sometimes you get like that book hangover when you read a book that you really love, and then nothing you read after that can quite hit the mark. That happens to me from time to time. I'm kind of in that position now because I read The Lamb by Lucy Rose and I read Hungerstone by Kat Dunn. And then I read Night Film by Marisha Pessel, and all of those were 5 stars, and they were all kind of close together. So, books I'm trying to read now are kind of not hitting that. Until now, I did just finish Private Rights by Julia Armfield, and that was 5 stars. So I did have another, that finally kind of broke my book hangover because it had been a while back that, early in June, I think, that I finished Night Film. But Private Rights hit that 5 star mark for me. And Gemma Amor is one of my favorite authors. I've loved everything that I've read by her, but the book I'm reading now, Six Rooms, it's not working for me too well, but it's a short book and it's Gemma Moore. And like I said, she's one of my favorites. So I'm going to finish it. Only have 16 pages left, but I'm sad because I, I don't like it very much. So it's going to be the first probably like 3 star because it's not really a 2 star, it's more 3 star. But everything else I've read by Gemma Moore has been 4 or 5 stars, mostly 5 stars. But you know what? Even your favorite author sometimes will write a book that doesn't work for you. And I know a lot of people did enjoy Six Rooms. So it just, it wasn't for me. So we got some more hellos and highs. Yeah, small talk, it does. It is like that energy drain. And then I feel like I've got to go home and just rest and recover from the little, the small talk. I like connection, like deep connections. Like tell me your tell me your secret. Tell me, all the things that you're dealing with. I named mine Snow Dane, as in President Snow from Hunger Games, and Dane, my most disliked character of all time. Naming your anxiety. Yes, those names are fitting. I definitely know President Snow. I don't know Dane, so you'll have to let me know what book Dane is from. Elaine or Lily lives in a town with no stoplight. See, that's even more rural. I live in the rural area, but I have such a hard time saying that word, rural. That's one of the words. Do you struggle with saying rural, or are there other words that you know what they are, you know how to say them, but then you say them and it just doesn't seem right? My town, or it's technically a city, but I mean, they're kind of using that term loosely, in my opinion. We have 3 stoplights. Yeah, three. So, woo-hoo, 3 stoplights. That sounds awful. If you're talking about the mosquitoes, that is absolutely it. What do you do if you realize you're being abused? Joanna, I'm not sure, but I don't think that I can quite answer that question for you. Um, I would reach out for professional opinion and help on that. The mosquitoes are extra here, even with sprays. Yeah, they're just really bad. And you're definitely in a colder part of the United States. So yeah, those mosquitoes, they just must be bad everywhere. Let's see, Lily, going to try Robert McCammon Speaks the Nightbird. I know a lot of people love that book too. Hi, Kitty. Got some absolutely beautiful. Yes, she is. And she is so spoiled. Like, I have my makeup brushes up here on my desk too, but this pink one, this one's for her because she loves to jump up here when I'm putting on makeup. Of course, it doesn't really have any like powder. I just did that and something came out of it. I guess cat hair or dust, but yeah, I don't, obviously don't put any real makeup on it, but I will just like brush her little face with it, and she just does this. So definitely, she's the little princess of the house. Let's see. Our spray the town must have worked. Mosquitoes are not bad here. Knock on wood. I need to come visit you then because it is not that we have that spray truck too, but I don't know. This year they're so bad. Hey Isabel, I'm glad you hopped on. I mentioned Isabel earlier. She is going to be one of the co-hosts for the Picnic at Hanging Rock live show coming up July 19th. So now if you haven't subscribed to her yet, it'll be easier because here she is. So you can go subscribe to her channel. Elaine said news is brutal. Keep aware, play in the yard, read books, connect with lovely folks. That's it. That's that balance. But being aware because it's important to know what is happening, so that you can be aware and you can be, just cognizant of what's going on. But then stepping away that time that you spend on your hobbies, your self care, your family, your friends, your community. Yeah, striking that balance is just a necessity to survive all of this. Lily has 150 physical books, probably 1,000 ebooks. Yeah, that's another thing I'm trying to get better about is reading books on my Kindle. So the book I just talked about a moment ago, Six Rooms by Gemma Amore, that one's on my Kindle. And I have a few other ones that I want to get to this summer that are on my Kindle because I need to remember that I have a Kindle and I have ebooks, because sometimes if a book or any item for that matter, if it's not right in front of my face, I forget that it exists. So that's another part of my brain that makes things difficult sometimes. Is like if it's out of sight, it can be out of my mind. So I have, you know, dry erase boards with notes to remind myself when this project deadline is, that project deadline, and all that. And in my phone, I have, the reminder on my calendar. I have a physical calendar that I hang up on the wall too. So all these reminders of things. So yeah, free ebooks. Yeah. Let's say Lily said your internet keeps going back in and out. Yeah, mine went off just for a minute during my therapy appointment. And then a little while ago when Karma was up here, mine went off for just a second. And I don't know if it was the internet itself or if she, like I said, when she jumped down, if she kind of pulled at something. Yeah, yeah, it is my big mug. I need coffee. I need a lot of coffee in my life to get by. I love it. Hermie will check out Mindy's channel. Such a great, supportive community here. The Ruins, yeah, it is good. If you like vacation horror and some body horror, that'll get you for both. It'll kind of make you never want to go explore anywhere again. It might save you money though if you're not going on vacation because you're scared. Um, I just bought the Summer Aetherich yesterday, hauled it on my channel. Yay! Okay, y'all are really making me want to get to that, but I need to read the books I have right now. Yes, M is seconding Power Hours on Kat's channel on Saturday mornings. They are Kat really came up with such a great idea for 2025 for getting things accomplished and encouraging each other. It's been wonderful. She also gives gold stars. So if you're on her Discord and you set your intentions and then you come back and say, hey, I tackled this, project or this part of that project, then you can put that in like the gold stars section. So again, it's just very encouraging to have that community where everybody is, accomplishing tasks. And if you have a stumbling block, people can kind of help you through it. So there's accountability, but there's also reminders to have compassion for yourself and to give yourself grace. Let's see, already subbed a couple of videos on Watch. Yeah. Yay. Elaine is working hard. TB 104 TBR, one bookcase done, only 6 to go. Hey, one done, like I talked about a minute ago, even if that's where you stopped today. You got one bookcase done. So gold star. Hermie said, small talk is like different language to me. The weather is, got any holidays? Beauty industry. Yeah. Yes, I understand. Yeah, small talk. I can't do it. I don't do it too well. Mm-mm. Let's see, Mindy is in the beginning of summer, ate the rich pretty good already. That's good to know. So M's hubby's home and things to tackle. You're welcome, M. I hope that you and your husband are able to tackle those things and then also spend some time just hanging out and enjoying each other's company. So have a great rest of your day, M. Thank you so much for stopping by. And we have some by M. Yes, I want to do an individual book review for Private Rights for my booktube channel because I have a lot to say about it. But it's just finding the time to sit down and kind of gather the notes that I took while I was reading it and put that into a video so I can do it justice. But I think I will be able to have a Private Rights book review out in early August, if not before. Because I also am doing a deep dive book video or review for Night Film by Marisha Pessel. Then I still got the Carrie project to work on and then a presentation for the horror conference coming up in October, but some parts of it are due like the middle of August. So trying to find the time to write and work on the things, right? Small talk, recharge after socializing. Yes. And it's different when I'm talking, like I said earlier, with people who share my interests, like books. It's like that whole little, is somebody going to match my freak, right? Because all of you are matching my freak. So that's easy to talk about stuff with, but it can be harder. Like, I don't feel like I fit in, especially in the area where I live, because not a lot of people read books for fun, and they certainly don't read a lot of horror books. Like the local library here, the library workers are wonderful. They are so kind, just so sweet, and I like to support them. But as far as physical books that I would be interested in our library, their horror section quite literally consists of Stephen King and Dean Koontz. Now, I'm a huge Stephen King girly. Like, I love Stephen King. I wrote my thesis on Stephen King, but I have a lot of his books already. So, going in and that being the choice is difficult. And I had never read Dean Koontz, but Travis, who's not on here right now, but if you're here today, you probably know Travis. Sometimes he's Biblio Shark, but then he's Biblio Koontz. So I promised him I would give Dean Koontz a chance. So I did just read a book by Dean Koontz. And Travis said, since, he knew I'm obsessed with Frankenstein. That's my favorite classic. So he said, well, you could start, like, you could read the first book in Dean Koontz' Frankenstein series, and it's called Prodigal Son. So I just finished listening to the audiobook. I rounded it up to 3 on Goodreads. I would probably say, though, it's more like 2.75 for me. It didn't really work for me too well. I am really picky too about Frankenstein retellings or reimaginings, but I don't think that was the only problem. The writing style didn't really work for me. So Travis said, well, will you give him, will you try another Dean Koontz book one day? I said, maybe one day. But, at least I can say no, I did read one. But yeah, there's just not a lot of selection at my library. So again, like I said, you get me talking about something, I'll just start rambling on. If you're still hanging with me in these sprints, thank you, because I'm just blabbing. Dane is from Fourth Wing. Okay. Now, my best friend, she loved Fourth Wing, and she read the second in the series. She didn't like it as much. Isn't there a third one? Because I feel like there is. And I can't remember what she thought about the third one. But she loved that first one. So she would know exactly who Dane is. Let's see, Elaine said, didn't clue in. And Elaine said, you love Fourth Wing, and then you laugh. Is that a joke? Does that mean you really did not love it? Let's see. Elaine has all 5 ACOTAR. Yeah, I never read those either. But that's another series that my best friend loves. It's funny because she's not a horror person. She gets scared of books and movies easily, but she has branched out into some horror books and movies after, becoming friends with me. I never pressured her or anything like that. I was never like, you should read this, you should watch that. But just hearing me talk about horror over the years, she would ask me, I'm feeling kind of like reading something that could be a little bit scary, but not too scary. What should I read? So I've given her recommendations on books and movies from time to time. She was here this past September. We did like a fall, besties day, and we were like making crafts and having fall themed snacks, and we were going to watch a movie. So at first she wanted to watch something like Nightmare Before Christmas, something like that. But then we got ready to, watch our movie, and she said, I want to watch Scream, that first Scream movie. And I said, are you sure? And she said, yeah. I want to watch it. I said, well, at any point, if you get too scared, we'll stop it. We'll turn it off. No problem. But once we started watching it, she was having the best time, and she ended up loving it. So, like I said, she kind of dips her toes in from time to time. And I tried to read a couple of like the romance books that she really loves, the dark romance type and things like that. And I did a whole like a horror reader reads romance vlog sometime last year. And none of the types of romance were for me. Not the dark ones, not the sweet ones, but hey, I tried. So that's why I don't really know much about like Fourth Wing or fantasy. I don't read like fantasy, romantasy, all that. But that's the kind of stuff that my bestie loves. So trialing a thing inspired by Kat's Power Hour, day planning, to-do list, prioritizing self-care. Nice. Yay. Hermie, I love that. Ready for the ACOTAR experience. And some more hellos. Let's see. Markers, pens, and sticky notes all ready for September. Oh, is that going to be when you talk about ACOTAR, Elaine? Let's see. Steve, so first time I saw ACOTAR, I immediately saw a bowl of mac and cheese in my head. Abimac. Wait a minute. I'm going to have to go look at the cover again and see. That's funny, though. Some laughs. Yes. Let's see. Made homemade mac and cheese. Ooh, that sounds so good. I haven't made homemade mac and cheese in a long time. Now, one of my older daughters, she makes, I mean, she surpassed me in my opinion. I think her homemade mac and cheese is even better than mine. So I love that. Let's see. I feel your bookish soulmate Frankenstein favorite novel. Oh, 18 editions. I know. I love that, Martina. I have 7 and counting because when I see a Frankenstein edition that I don't have yet, I'm like, I have to have that one. See, I don't have that one yet. And I had like a really cool experience when I was in New Orleans in April at a used bookstore. They had an edition of Frankenstein that I didn't have yet. Let me jettison over to my Frankenstein stack. Hold on. All right, I'm back now. So they had this edition of Frankenstein. This is the Norton Critical Edition, which I love the Norton Critical Editions because you get the story, but you also get essays and stuff like that about the story. So I was already excited, and then I opened it up, and I was like, oh, it's got somebody's annotations in it. So I was super excited then because now I get to see what someone else thought about it and all their little notes and stuff. So when I took it up to the cashier to check out, he said, I'm so glad that you picked that Frankenstein edition up. It just came in a little while back. He said, we had a professor from Loyola who recently passed away, and he left all of his books to the bookshop there. And I was like, wait a minute. So you're telling me the annotations in here are coming from a literature professor? He said, yes. I said, oh my gosh. So I'm so happy to have this edition of Frankenstein. And I know some of the people who follow me and I follow them are not fans of Frankenstein. They're not here today, but to those non Frankenstein people, let's see, Elaine said Fourth Wing was not my thing. I love it. Not enough about the dragons, way too much human. That's so funny. Let's see, Hermie loves it. Had to read it 3 times. Wow. You were determined. You were determined. I love that. You are not going to give up. That's funny. Yay! Kat is back. Welcome back, Kat. I hope your time away was nice. Feeding dogs. Yep. Always got to take care. Oops. I scrolled down way too much. Hold on. All right, let's see. Kaylee, hello, hello. If you're not subscribed to Kaylee at Happy Goat Horror, make sure you do that. Kat, Kaylee is a fellow zombie fanatic. She just uploaded a video about her favorite zombie movies. So I know Kat will want to check that out. And Kaylee, Kat does a zombie-thon event every May for Zombie Awareness Month. So you two really need to connect with each other. I'm glad you're here, Kaylee. Let us know what you're up to today. We are chatting a lot, practicing some self-care on Sprint. Self-care can be anything that feels like self-care to you. Working on something, reading, drinking coffee, napping, whatever it may be. Watching something. Let's see, Isabel, read exactly the same genre. Haven't tried Fourth Wing, but you own it. Yeah, there may be a time where you want to pick up something that's a little bit different than what you usually read. Let's see. Elaine said, group read that, Hermie, doing with a couple of others. Going to make Vin read all the books. That will be interesting to see what Ben thinks of the. I'd have that sip of coffee. What Ben thinks of. I could talk. Okay, did I? I guess I didn't make the kitty stop, so it's just going again. We won't pay attention to that. I decide what's happening, not the Pomodoro kitty, right? I have control over the Pomodoro kitty to some degree. Not, I can't control my cats in my house, my literal cats, but I can control the Pomodoro kitty a little bit. Yeah, is you have one of the awakening. Here's something. I have the awakening, but I've not read it yet. But it is a classic that I want to get to this summer for sure. I had to read another, like a short story of Kate Chopin's in my feminist text class in grad school, The Hour, I think it was called. And I really, really liked it. But I don't know, I haven't gotten to the awakening yet, right? It's just one of those classics that I haven't gotten to quite yet. Frankenstein edition. I think it was meant for me. You know, sometimes books find us at just the right time. So I think so too. Let's see, Hermie would have given up a petition involved that made you read it. Well, I'm glad at least when you did read it the third time that you liked it. So that makes it worth it. Ooh, Cat went to Salad Station and then stopped at Target. I have not heard of Salad Station, but I really like the idea of that, especially in the summertime, because with this heat and humidity, it's like the perfect time of year for salads. I like that. And some more hellos and hellos. Love Happy Goats Horror Channel. Yes, Kaylee's got a great channel. And Kaylee is doing her goating activities, writing book reviews. Nice, nice, nice. Love it. I'm glad that you caught it too. And some more hellos and highs. Oh, here's our key. The key, Hermie says, to enjoying Fourth Wing. Lower expectations and read with friends so you can moan about the crap stuff in real time. Enjoy the rest without the stress of the crap bit. Yeah, sometimes it can be fun, like I'm not saying you hated it because you said you did like it, but like hate watch or hate read stuff, or sometimes movies are like so bad they're good. So one of my older daughters, Laurel, that I've mentioned before, she and I decided we would watch that movie Trap with Josh Hartnett the other day because we'd only heard terrible things about it. And we were like, maybe it'll be so bad it's good. Like we can have fun with it. Neither one of us had fun with it. So if you saw Trap and you liked it, that's great because some people had a good time with it. But for us, it was like, this is terrible. So it didn't end up being one of those so fun that, so bad it's fun to watch. Let's see. Kaylee just subscribed to Cat. Yay! That's wonderful. Y'all will be connected now before next Zombie-thon in May. Steve, yay! Just subbed a Happy Goat and others. Yay! Zombies. Awesome. Yeah, May is like the big month for zombies, but I mean, come on, we have zombies all year. Can't go wrong with those. Her short stories. Yes, story of an hour. That's it. I knew it had something to do with hour, but I couldn't remember. Yeah. And it was very, impactful. So I do need to get to the awakening for sure. Thank you for hopping in, Elaine. Big hugs to you too. And I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day or night. And we'll be seeing each other again soon, I'm sure. Finished Bird Box. Yay! Finished a summer wing. So I know you were liking it before you got to the end. Did you like it once you got to the end too, Kat? What did you think of it? And then loving Frankenstein. Yes, right? Frankenstein. All the love. And some more wishes for the best, best of days. Yeah, it was awful. It was. Not even Josh Hartnett could save it for me. It was just so bad. I was like, I can't even really laugh because I'm just so miserable and this movie needs to end like now. I just know. Let's see. Hermie, I really need to get to Frankenstein. Hey, you know what? Sometimes books do find us at the right time. They really do. Even the classics that we've known about for years and haven't gotten to, sometimes when we pick them up, it just feels like it was the exact right time. And some see you later. Zombies and vamps by any followed by anything dystopian. Yeah, I love zombies and vampires for sure. Let's see. Steve said the hardest part of the zombie apocalypse would be pretending I'm not excited. Right. It depends on what kind of zombies. If they're like the slower shuffling, like George Romero type zombies, Walking Dead, slower shuffling type zombies, not as bad. But if we're talking more like the 28 Days Later or World War Z or Train to Busan, when you've kind of got the not necessarily the living dead, those types of zombies that die and come back. But if you've got more or less people who are like infected with something like the rage virus and 28 days later, I don't know how excited. I might be a bit scared then too if they're like moving fast because I am 50 and I don't move quite so fast anymore. They might get me. Yay, checking out each other's channels. I love that. Zombie friends unite. Yay. And some thank yous. Let's see, Kaylee, what would the vampires do in a zombie apocalypse? Food would be scarce, right? That would be interesting, to think about zombies and vampires trying to coexist. Leslie Harmony said, I'm not a serious gloater, so be gloating to my husband because he's a pessimist and closed minded and ruins my zombie apocalypse survival planning fun. All right. I know, like, when I posted on Instagram and then some on Facebook during May for Zombie Awareness Month, my aunt called me and was like, I have to ask you a question. I was like, okay. She sounded very serious and everything. And she was serious. And she was like, this Zombie Awareness Month, do you really believe zombies exist? And I just cracked up laughing. I said, no. I said, it's just there is this information that was put out, Zombie Awareness Month, May is Zombie Awareness Month. But no, I don't literally believe that there are, undead beings walking around. No. She was like, oh, okay. Well, she had, she didn't understand. She didn't know what Zombie Awareness Month was. She cracked me up like, do you really believe zombies? I mean, with what some people believe these days, I guess some people might believe in it. I don't know. Let's see where I left off on comments. Again, just running my mouth. I get sidetracked by my own brain. Cat like bird box. Second to last chapter made my eyes leak. Yeah. Yeah. Do you plan to follow up and read Mallory? For some reason, I haven't gotten to that one yet, even though I did like Bird Box a lot. Kaylee subscribing to new friends. Yay. I love it. Mindy found new channels. Yay. And we got some more hellos and highs. Let's see. Hermie said, I didn't mean zombies and vamps in the same books. I love zombie books and vamp books. Sorry. No, I think I think Kaylee might have just been presenting the question about what would zombies and vampires do if they did, have to exist together at the same time. That would be fun. Maybe somebody has written that and I just don't know about it yet. I know, like, I haven't read, that's another classic I haven't gotten to is I Am Legend by Richard Matheson. But I know that their creatures in that book are sort of like zombie vampire mixes. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but that's sort of my understanding. Now, I did watch the movie with Will Smith, I Am Legend, but I know a lot of people who've read the book didn't care for that movie because it's so different. But I think in the book, the zombie type things are like zombie vampire things. So y'all can let me know. I have I Am Legend again, like I have The Awakening I mentioned earlier on my shelf. I have I Am Legend, but just haven't gotten to it yet. Some laughing. Probably about my aunt asking me about zombies. I believe in dragons, so why not zombies? Hey, you know what though? Dragons, even if they don't exist now, maybe they did at some point, right? Real, just like Santa. Yes, yes. Hey, we can believe in the things like that that we want to believe in. Vampires, zombies, laughs around. Cat would like to read Mallory. I wonder now, since it's been a while since I read Bird Box, if I decided to read Mallory, if I would need to go back and reread Bird Box, which I wouldn't mind doing since I did like it. Let's see, Hermie, gotcha. You know what? That would be a fun thought experiment, right? The zombies and the vampires together. Monster Squad, the movie, has a zombie and a vampire. Oh my gosh, that just unlocked a memory for me. When I was in sixth grade. So again, I'm not. Y'all already know I'm 50, so y'all know how old I am. But I was spending the night. A friend and I were spending the night with another friend, and we watched Monster Squad. So many good memories with that. I have not watched it since I was a kid. I wonder how I would feel if I watched it now, if I would still love it or if I would be like, what is this? I like to think I would still love it. But just in case I wouldn't, maybe I won't rewatch it. An excellent Richard Matheson film yes, Star of Echoes. I watched that a long time ago with Kevin Bacon, but I haven't read that book either. I actually haven't read any of Richard Matheson. Not Hell House, isn't that a book he wrote too? So I've been sleeping on Richard Matheson. I need to take care of that too. Let's see. Did I lose my place? I don't want to leave anybody's comments off. Sometimes my scrolling is like the worst. Let's see. Adding it to the watch list. Yay. I think I need to rewatch Star of Echoes because I remember liking it a lot, but I can't remember a whole lot about it. Maybe I should read the book and then watch the movie. Let's see. We love that movie. Watch it. Yeah, I think I would still love it too. I need to revisit the Monster Squad for a good nostalgic feeling. That might be a good idea for old school April to rewatch Monster Squad. Let's see. Mindy said, I don't know about vampires, but the iZombie comic series has zombies, ghosts, a were-terrier, and a mummy in the first volume. What? They were putting all the things in there. Let's see. Steve said it was filmed in Chicago where I grew up. Shows how the neighborhood is all masonry since the Great Chicago Fire. Okay. Well, that is interesting too. I think we did make it to the bottom of our comments. So we will go on another sprint. I don't even know what time it is. 2:30. Yeah, we can do another 45. Tim is still fishing, I guess. Haven't heard from him, which he does have my daughter's fiance and one of my daughter's fiance's friends with him. So he's not fishing alone. So they're out there doing their fishing. So I'm going to be in here doing one more sprint with my writing about Carrie. Then after that, I am going to finish my Gemma Amore book that I'm reading. So we'll go for another 45. Let me reset our kitty to 45 here. And we'll start that and I'll share the kitty. And I'll see you all in, now it's a little less than 45 minutes. Happy self-care time. Hello. So, how did everybody do during those self care sprints? Let me know what you did, and let me check these comments now. Hi, Nicole. I'm glad you got to stop by and say hello. I hope you're having a wonderful day. And we got some hellos and highs. Travis, I talked about you earlier. Nothing bad, of course. So was busy at work, getting groceries, having a friend over. Love you too, Travis. I hope that you're having a wonderful day now that you are off work and your friends coming over. I was talking about how I read Dean Koontz' book just for you, Travis, just for Biblio Koontz. You're welcome, Elaine. I'm so glad Eleanor, I'm sorry. Eleanor, I'm so glad you were able to join, and we were kind of all able to make some new connections and find some new channels and some new bookish friends. So let's see. Kat took her picture for current read for Summerween and starting The Housemaid. I need to get some Summerween pictures up. I think the only picture I did was like the first day where I put a story up of my TBR, and that wasn't really a picture per se. I don't guess that was more of like a graphic. But I will probably put up a picture of the book I'm reading once I finish Six Dreams by Gemma Amore, because that was on my Kindle. And the other book, which was the Dean Koontz book I read, was an audio book. So I haven't had a physical book to take a picture of for Summerween. So I'll take a picture of my next book, which is the anthology I mentioned. I think I mentioned it earlier, Good for Her, an anthology of women's rage. But I hope you enjoy The Housemaid, Kat. So before we go, I got this a while back, so I thought I would talk about it, and I'll put a link to it down in the description box of this live. But this is called Love Notes to Myself, a box of 60 inspiring cards designed by Dana Lee Collection. But it has different sections, like it has self-care, gratitude, goals, and focus. So I haven't really looked at any of it, so I thought maybe before we go, I would pull out a self care card, and this could kind of be something that we remind ourselves of as we kind of end these sprints today. But this says, I will love myself as I am, prioritize myself, take more leaps, live my best life. And then it has some questions on the back too about self care. So, what act of self care can I fit into my day? I hope you fit in some self care while we were here today. And the second question is, how can I take care of my body today? And the third question is, what do I love about myself? So, these are nice little reminders for practicing self care. Again, the little mantra or reminder on the front is, I will love myself as I am, prioritize myself, take more leaps, live my best life. So this is our last time. I probably should have put scrolling on the bottom a minute ago that the sprint that we did a moment ago was the last sprint, but I forgot. So before we go, let me check out the rest of these comments. Let's see. So Hermie finally started reading, but the words gender identity, my brain decided to acronym and then reminded me of GI index and spent the rest of the sprint staring. I understand. I totally understand. I got some carry writing done, but not as much as I thought I could, but that's okay. Tomorrow I'll pick back up on it because the rest of the day I am going to read and then hang out with Tim, who just made it back from fishing a little while ago. Have you read Adam Neville? I've heard he's a good modern horror author to check out. Yes, I have. I want to read more of his books. I've only read two for whatever reason. I read The Ritual and The Reddening, and I loved both of those books. Folk horror books. I do want to read more of his stuff. Again, it's like so many books and just not enough time, but I will be reading more from Adam Neville without a doubt. Let's see, Hermie said, trying to remember what the G and GI index stands for instead of just Googling why. I know I do that same thing sometimes, I just sit there pondering and then I think like that I could have Googled it. Yeah, sometimes our brains just don't hit on those things. Kaylee said Adam Neville is fantastic. Yeah, Kaylee's read a lot of Adam Neville, maybe all of his stuff. I'm not sure, but I know she's read a bunch of his stuff, so she can probably give you recommendations too, depending on like what type of horror you like, which of Adam Neville's books you might want to pick up first. Mindy prepared to filmed a review, and the introduction of a wrap up. Good job, Mindy. Oh, good. There you go. So Steve is asking for suggestions. So I will defer to Kaylee, but if you like folk horror and, you can't go wrong with The Ritual or The Reddening. And Kat is saying thank you and nice to meet new friends. You're welcome. I'm glad that we could all meet up, some familiar faces and some new to us people too. I will definitely tell him hello. So I don't see Kaylee popping on. She may be working on some recommendations, but if you check her channel out, she has some videos about Adam Neville that you could maybe then see. I know his book Last Days, which is one I definitely want to read. That one has a cult kind of instance, which you sort of have also in The Ritual and The Reddening, but Last Days has a cult, and I think people are kind of going back to investigate this cult. All the Fiends of Hell is an alien book by Adam Neville, so kind of depending, which one of those piques your interest, go for it. Hermie said, lovely to meet new people. Self-care is having spent time with you guys. I've struggled hanging out in sprints, but I've really enjoyed these. I'm so glad, Hermie. I'm so glad you could be here today. Definitely needed these sprints to connect with all of you. Steve said, certainly check out her videos. Yeah, Kaylee. Oh, here we go. There's Kaylee. Depends on what you like. Mostly folky. All the Fiends of Hell is my favorite. Okay, I think that's the alien one, right? So there you go. You have a few options now for Adam Neville. He's really good though. His stuff is really, really good. Hermie said, everyone in the chat, lovely and friendly. Yes, definitely. And Kaylee said, no one gets out alive. It's horrifying for different reasons. That one's great. So I think the consensus is you can't go wrong with an Adam Neville book. So thank you all again for hanging out today. And remember to practice your self-care, prioritize self-care, even if it's just 5 minutes some days. If that's all the self-care you can do, then do what you can. And if you're catching the replay of this, I hope you are practicing self-care. Take care of yourself, take care of each other, and I will see you again soon. Bye, everybody.